Yeah, I'd rather just start fresh. Yeah, I'd rather just start fresh. We're so back. Clark.
Hi, I'm Clark. Probably not who you expected to be knocking, but life's funny sometimes.
Ah, fuck his scumbag.
You've done well staying anonymous. It took us a while to track you down. A lot has happened in the last year. Far too much of it public. But there's stuff going on behind the scenes, too. I never wanted to be president. I'm not great with stress. With my mother's deteriorating I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I'm not here for sympathy. I'm here because part of the fallout of Sam's book is that everyone's coming out of the woodwork. Now that it's public knowledge the Clancy Trust covers any Roottreemania despite their history with us, a lot of potential cousins have surfaced. You may have seen that man on the cover of News Time. That was a disaster for us. And then Miracle went and made it all about himself. The long and short of it is a lot of potential cousins just showed up. Sam's helping some of them, but she's not really going about it the right way. And she's not taking calls from anyone in the family. I let it slip through a mutual friend that I found you, and I was stopping in. It's manipulative, but I'm hoping she'll reach out to you. You can let her know I'm on her side. In the meantime, if you're willing, I can share our files with you. Pass them along to Sam if she reaches out. I'm genuinely hoping she'll realize I'm an ally. Feel free to do your own research. I've been told you enjoy things like this. To each their own.
Let's go. Alright. Alright. Pingus. Okay. Alright, if it's the same music as, like, the base game, I guess they changed the UI of the menu. If it was the same music as like the base game, I'll probably play my own music at some point. Yeah, at any rate, we'll be here a while. Yeah. Alright. Okay, so the tree means they're from the original tree. A lot of infidelity. A lot of infidelity. Oh, what a mess. Oh, what a mess. Alright. Do. We need evidence. Today is August 3rd, 1999. It has been 8 months since you helped Sam Madsen with the research necessary for her book. Sam was true to her word and paid you an incredibly large sum of money. She never mentioned you by name, however, so you've managed to keep a low profile. The Roottrees on the other end have not. Below is a summary of notable events since the book's release, though you can refresh your memory in full detail by searching online. 6 pieces. Sam Madsen's book about Elias Roottree was released in February. It was a bestseller for a few months. At the time, Carl had not yet been replaced. Alright, well, we'll just start there. Get connected, dear. Okay, the public library periodicals are already unlocked. Same with Pixpop. Great. Alright, we'll just start raw 6 pieces. There's an older version of this page in the Time Travel Archive. Oh, good God. Right. 6 Pieces Unwrapping America's Sweetest Family by Sam Madsen was released in early 1999, perhaps assisted by the still relatively recent plane crash shot to the top of the charts. Okay, so that's the name of the book. Okay. Reviews are mixed, and its time on the bestsellers list was limited to only 2 months. Most reviewers agreed that the core of the book about Samantha's fathers and the struggles they faced was compelling, and that the takedown of the hypocrisy of Elias Roottree was deserved. However, many took umbrage with the timing of the release and the tone of the book, which seemed vindictive. The fallout from the book led to the Roottree Company scrambling to release a statement due to a conflict of leadership, famously released multiple conflicting official statements over 3 days. Classic. Actually, just so classic. Put some shit out. Oh, it was dog shit. Double it back. Oh shit, it was dog shit. Double it back. This confusing move was referenced in popular culture due to a late-night sketch about indecisionitis, but more traditional now analysts have been calling it Roottree Rift. Okay. Search these. Search. We'll just go search. Will you fucking just come back? Yeah, search. I'll leave Pingus there. Indecisionitis. The Roottree Rift. Look up 6 pieces by Sam Madsen. Dude, the audio balance in this game, I swear to fucking God. A few months later, due to Roottreemania, the book re-entered the charts and sold even better than the first time. Roottreemania? Okay, I guess search that too. Yeah. Alright, first thing I want to do is go to the public library. Sam Madsen, 6 pieces. Published 1999. Sam Madsen's book was released earlier this year and details the truth about the Elias Roottree, as well as Sam's fathers, Edward Clancy Roottree and John Miller. You help verify her story, so much of the book's core contents are familiar to you. That said, Sam had some sections on other family secrets and rumors. Much of it didn't matter to the primary purpose of the book, and some of it is new to you and may be important to your new search. These sections have been added to your notes. Okay. Edward Clancy Roottree. John Miller. Alias. I'm not sure how much I'm gonna have to look up like old stuff that I already have, but might as well jot anything down. Alright, so what was I given? Ah, the book. Okay. Here it is. There it is. 6 Pieces Unwrapping America's Sweetest Family by Sam Edson. Sam's book has a few different passages about her own history with the company and the rumors and gossip she collected during that tenure. She ran the farm for a period starting around 1968 after the death of Elias Roottreemania until her daughter Gwyneth took over in 1984. Most of the relevant rumors coincide with the reign of Guy Hudson, who took over as president in 1978. Sam was very much not a fan of Guy, and according to 6 Pieces, it was an open secret within the family that Guy was very much not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife Patricia. Oh no. Oh no, Guy! Oh no. Oh no. Alright. Guy Hudson. Huge cheater. OMG. Wife is Patricia. Okay. Don't know if I need to search up Gwyneth or not. I don't. It's well. I don't know how. We're just gonna have to find out. I'll throw Gwyneth on here. Gwyneth. Many of their hires at the time were young single women, and Guy often spent a lavish amount of money on private parties. Guy hired hot young women in his area, hosted many private parties. Bro's hosting the fucking Diddy parties. Ay ay ay. This was 20 years ago, and Sam warns that most of it is hearsay. Still, you find the following information may be relevant. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. Okay. Elizabeth is one of Guy's secretaries. Elizabeth has a daughter. You are not. How many times are gonna stay like you are the father? Ah, dear. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonellis. Antonellis. Met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Guy. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Okay, so Elizabeth's daughter. Okay, so Elizabeth's daughter. Elizabeth's daughter was shagging the little bro. Okay, it's big. Okay, and also, she might be fucking guy, but she isn't interested in others. She only fucks a guy. There we go. I didn't know how to phrase it because, like, she's... Guy has a wife. Guy's main positive contribution to the company involved expanding to markets previously untapped by Roottreemania. However, when he went on trips overseas, they were often for weeks at a time, and Guy was known for spending more time and money on unofficial business than meetings with distributors and manufacturers. It was said that he bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. The Brazil factory. There is also a section where Sam speculates that Elias may have also cheated on Gwyneth. Oh shit, that's a deep cut. Rumors. Elias might have cheated on Gwyneth. Gwyneth was always much kinder to Sam than Elias was, and was the first to invite Sam to family events. While she has no hard evidence, Sam always got the impression that Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back in the family using some kind of leverage, instead of it being a natural course of events. She mentioned that Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue, sometimes about another woman. Sam also says her son Ernie once asked her, "Who's Beth?" because he overheard them yelling about someone with that name. Who is Beth? As far as Sam knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth. Elias had a secretary named Elizabeth. Bro, is Elizabeth's whole lineage just cheating on the Roottrees? What the fuck? Just having sex with all the husbands, what the hell? A different Elizabeth than the supervisor from the farm. Okay. Named Elizabeth. But not the one whose daughter is fucking Guy. Probably. But she never met her. Alright, the rumor mill is in full swing here. Holy moly. Alright, where to shoot from here? Alright, let's search Bingus. Okay. Just had to make sure. Indecisionitis. Indecisionitis was a disease coined by a popular sketch show as part of a fake pharmaceutical advertisement for Jit Together. While the segment isn't fully about the Roottreemania Candy Company, it was released in the weeks after their bizarre response to the release of 6 Pieces by Sam Madsen and references the recent news. In the sketch, a woman ordered a number 5 at a drive-thru speaker, and then after pulling forward, she changed her mind at the window, asking to switch it to a number 3. This caused a lengthy backup and annoyance amongst the restaurant's employees and other patrons. After she pulled away, as the employees began helping other customers, the same woman then barged into the restaurant and passed the current line, loudly complaining that she didn't receive her number 5. After this, the sketch transitioned from the restaurant scene into a pharmaceutical commercial. A doctor claims that the woman was suffering from indecisionitis, a disease that causes extreme confusion and irritability and has recently been found to severely hinder the leaders of large corporations but could also spread to humans. The doctor then recommends JIT Together, a fake pharmaceutical drug. Multiple testimonials use variations of the catchphrase, "When I can't make my tough decisions, I've got to get my JIT together." The final testimonial included a bald man in silhouette with a voice change saying, "I'm not comfortable sharing who I am, but I'm comfortable saying that before I took over my family's candy company, I really should have gotten my JIT together." So that's how they... Man, that's an unfunny bit. Alright, is there anything more to JIT Together? No. Okay. This seems unrelated, but it is something. Alright, what's the number 5? Damn. What about the number 3? Damn. Could I get like a Big Mac? Okay, what about mesmerizer? I misspelled that one. I'm pretty sure I don't actually know how to spell mesmerizer offhand. That could be right, could be wrong. I'm the goat. Oh my god, I play Scrabble once a week. Alright, that gets me nowhere. The Roottreemania Rift. The 3 press releases from the Roottreemania Candy Company after release of 6 species were referred to as the Roottreemania Rift due to the clear conflicts between them. The first was fairly standard. It stated that there was no president of the Roottreemania Company, but that the entire family was made aware of the release of the book and that they would be meeting as soon as possible. Only then could they verify the legitimacy of the claims it raised and decide next steps. Fair. The second release was emailed to business newspapers 3 hours later and announced that after a vote, Ron Roottreemania would be taking over temporarily as an interim president. It also went on to state that Ron was aware of the book, had verified the claims within, and would look into compensating Mrs. Madsen and her family immediately. It also stated that the company lawyers would be taking immediate steps with the family to revisit the clan said trust terms to make sure nothing like this could happen again. Now who's wrong? You? You took over? Oh, heavens above. You took over? Okay, well, at the very least, Rob is the one who was the gambler. I think. Okay. Ronald Roottreemania, Robert Roottreemania, just to give me the remembrance. It was quickly clear to business reporters and analysts that the time between the two press releases would not have been logistically sufficient to gather a majority of the family, even using conference calls. Yeah, no shit. 3 hours later? The fuck? This was reported on many news channels, and a third, much shorter press release came the next day. It claimed that a draft of the announcement was made prematurely and that Clark Rafferty LaRue and Ron Roottreemania would be taking over the company's first joint presidents. Okay. Clark Rafferty LaRue. It also stated that any compensation planned would be based on a stringent verification process. Okay. Let me look up the Clancy Trust real quick. Ruby League. Okay, I'm not actually have to read this. Clancy Trust is Roottreemania Company's unusual legal arrangement and the motivation for most of. Oh my god, be quiet. Oh my god, be quiet. I hate you so much. As a recap, the entire family earns inheritance directly from the profits of the candy company, as well as their sister clothing company, Root, with the period. This means that nearly every Roottreemania can potentially have a say in the company's high-level operations. Historically, this has caused the family to be slow to approve any major expenditures that could significantly dig into profits. Alright, I gotta look up Root 2. Who the hell's running the ship now that everyone is fucking dead? After release of 6 pieces by Sam Madsen, the Clancy Trust came under heavy scrutiny. Sam, her children, and her grandchildren should have all been covered under the trust, according to the wording revealed during an internal family conflict between Ron and Robbie Roottreemania. It seems that those who wrote the trust, Clancy Edward Roottreemania, at the direction of Elias Roottreemania, purposely deceived the rest of the family about the exact details of how it worked, in an attempt to keep Sam and her father, Edward Clancy, his own twin brother, in comparative poverty. Holy shit. Because the rest of the family made money hand over fist, they had very little motivation to question their understanding. Sam's book revealed this to the public, and it did not go over well. Clark Rafferty LaRue took over the company, and his most celebrated move was his first official one. He ensured Sam's family would get their share. To help facilitate this, the inheritance aspect of the trust is now under the control of a third party, Ruby Legal Enterprises. This ensures that the financial motivations of Roottreemania family members will not interfere with the investigations into potential new Roottreemans. According to Clark's letter, however, some family members are still doing their best to slow the investigation by refusing to answer questions. Classic, classic, classic. Okay. Ruby Legal Enterprises. Ruby Legal Enterprises is the name of the law firm that has been hired by the Roottreemania Candy Company. The company is named after its head lawyer, Ruby Spratt. Ruby Spratt. You can't find much about the company from before this year, though all of the articles tell the same tale. After the fiasco of 6 pieces and the revelation that the Roottreemania's internal law group was complicit in such a cover-up, they hired outside counsel. Yeah, no, this shit with the trust, that's like super illegal. Yeah. The Ruby Legal Enterprise Group now seems to have ties to multiple aspects of the Roottreemania Corporation, including the candy company and Root. They were recently in the news due to a high-profile lawsuit they raised against Cicely Sanchez. Okay. Lawsuit. Maybe I can just... Lawsuit. Cicely Sanchez v. Ruby legal enter. Boom. That'll be it for sure. Alright. Ruby Spread. Ruby Spread, like her legal company, is relatively elusive. The most complete source of information you can find from her from before her time with the Roottrees is from the website for a magazine owned by a major airline. Ruby Spread shows up in a magazine owned by a major airline. She was the subject of one article from a recurring series about modern-day success stories. Ruby grew up in foster care but excelled at school and earned a scholarship to study at Mid-Eastern University. Went to Mid-Eastern University. There she graduated at the top of her legal class and was quickly hired as a lawyer for a prominent firm. There are a few high-profile corporate-involved cases she was a part of. One was a legal consultant for a class action lawsuit against a manufacturer of steering wheel covers. Another was to help a local gas station chain in her hometown of Portland with the rollout of a promotion that allowed gas station customers the ability to bet on the price. With the rollout of a promotion that allowed gas station customers the ability to bet on the price of gas. I'm laughing, but people were betting on the presidency just a few months ago. It's such a bad state of the country. The blurb ends by calling her new firm a double threat. Her company's services are a cross between a traditional lawyer and a PR manager. Okay. Alright. Anything on Portland? Portland gas station. Okay, sudden check. Alright, Mid-Eastern University. Mid-Eastern University is a notable private college that advertises itself as a midway between Maine and Miami. I'm sorry. Between Maine and Miami. The fuck? Where the hell are you? Like Virginia? I'm like really looking into Ruby Spread, which I don't know if I need to, but you know, in for a penny, in for a pound. Okay. Mid-Eastern University is, quote, midway between Maine and Miami. Oh yeah, also, she grew up in Portland. Portland? That's like Oregon, right? Portland, Oregon. Yeah, that's like Portland, Oregon. Also, Portland, Maine. Okay. And where is Oregon? Damn. That's the whole other side of the country. Yeah. Their mascot is the Spectres. Spectres is the school's mascots. Though they are not known for their sports programs as much as their education, their legal and language departments are their pride and joy, though they also have fairly extensive computer science and robotics programs, along with other prestigious schools that haven't quite reached the notoriety of Ivy. Hold on, I just remembered something. Okay, you're in middle school. Along with other prestigious schools that haven't quite reached the notoriety of Ivy League schools, some refer to it as a Little Ivy. The fuck? Little Ivy School. The college has embraced this, calling their newspaper the Herald, which is a combination of Hetera, the specific name for Ivy, and Herald. The school paper is Herald. Their website boasts that they have a historical technology museum on campus, including a still functioning computer from the 1960s that takes up a full room. They also have a printing press that they use to print one special year-end issue of the Herald each year. Alright, let's go to the periodicals. The Herald. Let's go Spectres. The fuck do you mean they don't? Excuse you? The Herald is the school newspaper of Mid-Eastern University and appears to be available in your periodical archive. After a bit of research, you discovered its name is a combination of Hetera, scientific name for Ivy, and Herald. The Herald. Alright, Spectres. What the fuck? Alright, Ruby Spratt. Ruby Spratt graduated top of her class from the Mid-Eastern's Legal College. Her valedictorian speech was somewhat controversial at the time, as it was quite serious with a heavy focus on wealth inequality. This didn't go over well with the predominantly middle to upper class audience in attendance. Bro, why is the middle class so stupid? The editor of the Herald at the time said Ruby, unsatisfied by simply earning her place at Mid-Eastern with a full scholarship, went on to earn a captive audience of her peers with a perfect GPA. It felt like the ideal occasion for a celebration of an undoubtedly incredible individual. However, by the end of her speech, there were many in the audience that wished that neither of those events had transpired. It was a passionate attempt to use her soapbox to proselytize her fellow students and their parents into the religion of poverty. But unfortunately, judging by the silence, they remained unconverted. Are you stupid? She made a speech about wealth inequality. They're talking like, oh, they want to make us poor. What are you talking about? She got fucking lambasted for her valedictorian speech about inequality. You're fine. I mean, look, consult the graph. It's pretty accurate. There's a lot of infidelity. Oh my god. I'm going down the Ruby Sprat hole. And, like, I have no reason to go down this currently, but I'm going down it. Alright. Anything else I could search on the head world right now? Hey, fuck it, we ball. How about Eastern University? Okay. Pingus. Okay. Midway between Maine and Maine. Spectres. How? Alright. We've reached a dead end. For now. Control Z, add page, Ruby. Just fucking paste that all, bada bing, bada boom, delete that. Alright. Did that. I think I did those as well, but, you know, I'll probably need to go back to those two. Actually, I can just check the history. Yeah, it did. I didn't seem to get too much from those. Could lead to something else, but I'll just delete those for now since I've searched them. Would be illegal enterprises. Yep. Alright, Cicely Sanchez. Cicely Sanchez is an author best known for Portrait of a Changed Man. Portrait of a Changed Man by Cicely Sanchez. Follow-up Foreign Gospel by Cicely Sanchez. Cicely Sanchez, an author best known for Portrait of a Changed Man, released in 1979. Her follow-up Foreign Gospel did not perform as well critically, but still sold quite respectably. She has written a few more books since then, including a biography of Van Gogh, but her first two are her claim to fame. Biography of Van Gogh. According to a site about authors, Cicely is known for her non-fiction, with a focus on exploring darkness in the human psyche. Wait, now I'm thinking about it. What do I have unlocked? None of these sound like airplane company. Okay, this seems worth reading, but I don't want to do that yet. Site about offers. Do I have any site about offers? No. Okay. Recently, Cicely appeared in a magazine called Picotee with an article about a book she had commissioned. She had been commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. Oh my god. Interviewed by Picotee. Commissioned to write a book for Guy Hudson. The magazine and Cicely herself were immediately issued a cease and desist due to its inclusion of pictures that she never had the rights to publish. Cicely got cease and desist. The issue was pulled from store shelves, making it an instant collector's item. Okay. Maybe it's in the library somehow. It'd definitely be on, like, the Internet Archive, for sure. That's like a lot to read. I'm going down the, like, look Ruby spread up on Business Watch. Like, I'll read that in a bit. I'm going down this Cicely Sanchez rabbit hole right now. Alright, Picotee. Picotee. Picotee is a category of flower with an outline around the edges of its petals. The Picotee. Okay. In an issue that focused on a talking toy fish and the demonic messages it supposedly said as the batteries ran low, Picotee had an article about a cancelled book by Cicely Sanchez. The book's subject was Guy Hudson, and the issue was said to contain pictures that Cicely did not have the rights to publish. Because of the pictures, this issue was pulled from store shelves, making it the subject of some conspiracies and an instant collector's item. Due to this recall, the version found in these archives is incomplete. Basilbub? Could this popular gift be filling homes with satanic messages? Exclusive. Cicely Sanchez reveals Roottreemania secrets. Plus, this utensil that will help you lose 50 pounds. This was the issue of Picotee magazine that contained an article about Cicely Sanchez. The story concerned an unreleased book she had written about Guy Hudson. It seems that it used photos of Guy that Cicely did not own the rights to publish. Unfortunately, the magazine was issued a cease and desist by the Roottreemania lawyers. The magazine was pulled from shelves, and the version you found in your periodical search had the relevant pages removed, rendering this magazine useless, unless you want to read about a potentially demonic fish toy. Alright. It's time. Damn. I was kind of hoping to get a bit more from this, but oh well. I'm gonna have to look up Guy Hudson at some point. Are they on the list? They're not on the list. Alright, Guy Hudson. Just throw Guy Hudson on there already. Man, what the hell was that book called? Well, let's go to the library. Cicely Sanchez. Do I need a book title? Okay, yeah, I do. Portrait of a Changed Man. Changed Man. Out of print. The book's description has this to say. What if everything you stand for, everything you know to be true today could disappear in an instant? All of your politics, relationships, gone in the blink of an eye. Would you still be you? Bro, you fucking... The volume of this game finally got to me. What do I listen to? No. I go with the old bread and butter. Go with the old bread and butter. Cicely Sanchez tells this powerful true story about a man who woke up after being saved from drowning in his backyard pool and became an entirely different person. Included are interviews from those that knew him best before, as well as a one-on-one chat that paints him an entirely different picture. You won't be able to put it down without wondering, what if that were me? Okay. Foreign Gospel. Foreign Gospel tells the tale of a man from the Catholic Church who claims he was told by God that he should travel to Thailand and began to preach, specifically with the goal to convert 10,000 people. He returned to the United States after just over 2 years, claiming to have succeeded. This book tells his version of the story, but the author, Cicely Sanchez, also traveled to Thailand to investigate these claims and talk with some of the so-called converted. Biography of Van Gogh. Van Gogh. Okay. Portrait of a Changed Man. Foreign Gospel. Damn. Alright, you know what? Shoot for the moon. Guy Hudson. Guy Hudson, who was only president of the Roottrees for a few years in the late 70s and early 80s, and mostly faded into obscurity except for the fancy flavors debacle. During Roottreemania, he suddenly rose to prominence again after 5 Ps appeared on the cover of a magazine holding a photo of Guy and his mother. What? What? A few people that existed adjacent to the company in the 70s have come forward with stories about debauchery and swinger parties. Guy liked to throw large holiday parties whenever he had an excuse, and they often got very out of hand. After 5 Ps appeared on a... Okay, is there... Sorry. 5 Ps is on here, that's... Okay, should probably look that up next. Guy liked to throw large holiday parties whenever he had an excuse, and they often got very out of hand. This fact has led some people to speculate that the night he died in a car crash he was drunk or impaired in some way, but the Butler County Police have released multiple statements and ample evidence that proves decisively that it was not foul play and that no party had taken place. Ruttree's lawyers have been quick to threaten litigation to anyone who has tried to disparage Guy or the company in public. Damn. Bro really just crashed and died. Hate to hear it. Five Ps is gonna be like a whole thing, I can tell. The Rootree Rift. In March, the Rootree company stumbled publicly as they attempted to respond to the book's release with multiple conflicting press releases and a clear lack of leadership. Clark Rafferty LaRue. Clark was announced as the permanent successor to Carl Rootree and welcomed Sam Medson to the family officially. The company hired an outside legal group to handle the changes of the Clansett Trust. This included any other new questions of lineage. 5 Ps. After this announcement, there was a rash of different people claiming to be Rootrees, mostly dismissed as opportunists and scammers. The highest profile of these, by a wide margin, was a rapper named Felix Fellows. Felix Fellows, who changed his moniker to 5 Ps as a publicity move at the same time. 5 Ps is the only notable person on the updated tree. That's you. Fuck me. Okay. That's you. Well, I mean... Felix Fellows. I don't know if they'll take your rapper name, but I'm filling you in. Rapper. How is rapper not a title? Singer? Musician? Okay. Roottreemania. In another high-profile misstep, Miracle Rootree publicly and vehemently denied that 5 Ps was a Rootree. Okay. Did I look up Roottreemania? No, did I note it down? No. You know, let's just cover all these. Clark Rafferty, I gotta look up. 5 Ps. The Rootree Rift, I looked up. Yeah, that I looked up. What else is there? Anonymom and hold the fucking phone. In another high-profile misstep, Miracle Rootree publicly and vehemently denied that 5 Ps was a Rootree. The Rootree's legal team then offered to do a DNA test to get 5 Ps to drop his claim, and in a moment that caught what seemed like the entire world by storm, the test proved he was a Rootree. Get fucked! Suddenly the world was obsessed with the Rootrees. Anonymom and Jane Doe Rootree. In July, an anonymous woman, who the press began to refer to as Anonymom, appeared in interviews with her face and voice disguised. She claimed that an affair with a Rootree led to the birth of her daughter, aka Jane Doe Rootree. If true, this would make her daughter yet another secret Rootree and therefore entitled to a share of the Clansett Trust. Nobody knew it at the time, but this would turn out to be the last chapter in the Roottreemania saga. As more and more of Anonymom's story came out, people began to notice how much it echoed 5 Ps in nearly every significant way. The court of public opinion began to turn. Guys! If it's Guy Hudson, he was fucking everyone. Confirming the world's suspicions, the DNA test, orchestrated by lawyers on both sides, proves that her daughter was not a Rootree. Ooh! The final event caused public disappointment, smugness from doubters, and countless accusations of the entire ordeal being an elaborate hoax or attempt at fraud. Things got a bit ugly, and the fun of Roottreemania seemed to disappear overnight. Now, a month later, it feels like a distant memory. Okay. Yeah, I'm playing Lorelei and the Laser Eyes right now. Or, the music, rather. Because the audio balance in this game finally got on my nerves enough. Alright, well, let's go straight for 5Ps. That'll surely give me something. 5Ps. 5Bs, aka Felix Fallows, is a rapper who has found some recent radio play after being publicly confirmed as a long-lost Rootree and entitled to part of their fortune. Okay, Felix Fallows does not have any children, alright. So the line ends with them, at least. His alias 5Ps is a play on 5 Pieces, an article you find on a website known for the particularly harsh reviews of modern music. Gives his most recent album, Root of All Evil, 1 star out of 7, for whatever reason, with the headline, More Poser Than My Action Figure Collection. Alright, check the music tabloid for 5Ps or Root of All Evil. Yeah, out of 7 is a strange number. The review mentions his real name is David and he used to go by Dirty Davy. Real name David XXX. David blank. Used to go by Dirty Davy. And the offer rused the fact that this rebranding was a blatant marketing stunt at the expense of his mother's tragic past. She was overdosed when he was 16. Ay, ay, ay. Apparently only one of the songs on the album is new, and the others were simply rewritten to turn blatant references to sex, drugs, violence into clumsy euphemisms. His rise to prominence was kickstarted when he appeared a few months ago on the cover of News Time, holding a photo of his mother with Guy Hudson. Right. News Time. News Time. Check for Felix Fallows. At first, the Rootree company denied it vehemently. Miracle Rootree even appeared on the same magazine a week later. Search Miracle Rootree on News Time. Okay, which one's Miracle Rootree again? Damn, you're still alive? Sheesh, you're still alive? God damn. No way. How old are you? Like 100? I guess maybe it's one of the juniors. I feel like I would have like specified that though. I don't know. But since then, they've backtracked and publicly welcomed him to the family. Their press release at the time stated that they had new evidence that confirmed his history. Okay. Yep. According to fan sites, Felix Fellows is not 5P's actual name. His birth name was David Fellows. Dirty Davy was 5P's previous stage name. He used to sell records and perform live shows in Portland under that name. Portland! It's all coming together! Used to do shows in Portland under Dirty Davy. There are some people selling his old mixtapes on auction sites. One is apparently called Dirty Devil and another Dirt Poor. Albums. Dirty Devil. Dirt Poor. Okay. Dirty Devil. Dirty Devil was 5P's first mixtape, released as Dirty Davy from the early 90s. There's discrepancies and debates about what year exactly it was released based on some of the pop culture references, with the range thought to be somewhere between 1992 and 1994. One of the songs, Yes I Can Jump, seems to be at the center of the confusion. Some fan sites claim that there are multiple versions with different track lists and song lengths on them. Though because there's very little evidence of mixtape online as it is, it's even harder to verify that information. Yes I Can Jump. Yes I Can Jump is a song that was on a 5P's mixtape, Dirty Devil. It seems to be the only song that didn't make it onto a studio album that people thought should have. In it, he references a popular movie from 1982 called White Men Can't Jump. I figured as much. This reference has caused some confusion amongst the fanbase. Because of it, it is agreed upon that the mixtape had to come out in 1992 at the earliest, but others point out that Fellows references seeing the movie on his 17th birthday. This would have been in 1994. Some take this to mean that the album had to have been released in 1994 at the earliest. Others claim that he was likely just trying to make himself sound older, since in response to some of the more questionable lyrics, he was stated multiple times that he was just a dumb kid when it was released. Okay. Yes, I can jump. Alright, and it'll probably say like I don't know, any pun for like white goose chases. Men can't jump. Ah, that just leads here. Okay. Dirt Poor. Dirt Poor was a mixtape by Dirty Davy, released in 1996. There's a lot of online discourse from people who like to point out that in one of the songs, Felix Fellows includes someone that would be revealed to be his own distant cousin, Raina, in a list of attractive women. Holy shit! True! The lyrics to one of the songs, Heat, mentions a few different prominent female actresses, models, and musicians from the 90s and provides a crude pun or line about what Fellows felt about them. When released in 1999, much of the rhetoric was toned down to be less overtly profane, and the line referencing Reyna was clumsily replaced by Dana, a reference to a character from the X-Files. Okay. Referenced that Reyna was hot and then backpedaled once lineage pilled. Okay. Heat. Nothing's gonna come up, yeah. Alright, now we go to periodicals, we go to the Modern Music Monthly, and we go for Felix Fellowes. Fuck you, we go for 5 Ps. What the fuck? Alright, we go for Dirty Davy. Fuck you. Okay, we go for Dirty Devil. Fuck you. What the fuck? Root of all evil. What do you mean? This is bullshit. Yes, I can jump here. Really? Goddamn. Alright, well, fucking, we're going to news time then. News time is a major news editorial that releases a new issue every week. The rapper 5Ps famously appeared on the cover claiming to be a Roottreemania. Then 1 week later, Miracle Roottreemania did the same, denying that it was because of his high-profile back-to-back discourse right before the start of Roottreemania. They appeared to be the de facto publication to get news about the ongoing Roottreemania saga. They reported record subscriber numbers during this time, which lasted until the end of Roottreemania, when the world generally stopped paying much attention, and they went back to report on more traditional news. News time appears to be available via your periodical search. Alright, news time. Felix Fellowes. Felix Fellowes, aka 5Ps, famously appeared on the cover of News Time, kicking off Roottreemania. Then a week later, Miracle Roottreemania appeared on the cover of the magazine in an article that focused heavily on 5Ps as well. A summary of both articles, as well as a close-up of the photo 5Ps is holding on cover issue, have been added to your evidence. Alright. Boom. Could this rapper be the next Sam Madsen? Wait, holy shit. Yo, that's actually Miracle Roottreemania. He's just old. Yo. Roottreemania Family Picnic with Guy Hudson. That fucking schmuck, I swear to God. That fucking schmuck. Alright. I'm gonna pee. 5Ps, aka Felix Fellows, appeared on the cover of Newstime holding a photo of his mother and Guy Hudson. The article concerns his insistence that his father was Guy Hudson. The story was dramatic and sensational and initially dismissed as fake until DNA tests proved that he was related to Guy Hudson. Okay, well we can like... So here's the thing, right? Is on the initial one, like this one, I could barter quite a bit because I had a lot of starred root trees and I kind of had them already solved. So I could barter, like get two I'm not sure about, one I'm definitely sure about, and like fill it out from there. Now I need 4 correct root trees for anything to get locked in. And I have no bartering chips, so I'm just gonna like fill this shit in whenever I can. So since I know you're you because of the star, you're you and you're Guy Hudson. Occupation, you were the president, right? 3rd president. You're also like deceased now. You... 5P says that his mother Joanna was Zach Morden's secretary when he retired. Okay. Mother is named Joanna. Joanna was Zach Morden's secretary. And then Guy Hudson's secretary for only 1 or 2 weeks after that before she quit. The first few weeks that he was president. His parents divorced when he was 4 after his father learned of the affair. Felix and his mother then moved to Portland because she was afraid for her and her son's life. Joanna divorced hubby when Felix was 4. Moved to Portland. He grew up with her until he was 16, but one day his mother never came home from the movie rental store where she worked the register. The next morning, they found her dead from an overdose in her car. She had stolen all of the cash from her drawer and spent it on heroin. As Felix went through her belongings, the only thing he had to remember her by were a hairbrush she always used, some photos, and a stuffed animal from her childhood. But then he found it, a box hidden in the back of her closet. Inside were love letters and photos related to Guy Hudson, as well as a letter from his father containing threats. He threw it all away, with the exception of the one photo he appears with on the cover of Newstime. He threw it all away? Why? He says it was the only one where they were dressed, the only one not from the affair itself. The picture is shown in full inside the magazine, and was added to your evidence. Okay, I see why you threw it out now. Even still, I think you gotta keep that. Because you can, like, sue them later. The magazine also includes some additional history about 5P's career. He was born Felix Fellows to Riley and Joanna Fellows. Riley and Joanna Fellows. But was never rapped without a moniker. He tried to find success by opening for other artists and even by selling CDs on street corners in Portland. He has only recently started going as 5Ps to harness the power of his lineage. Wait, your real name... Oh yeah, your real name is David Fellows. Yeah. The writer did some research into the truth of these claims and was able to confirm that Joanna did work for the Roottreemania company as a secretary sometime during the early to mid-70s. It also confirmed she died of a drug overdose and that Felix went into foster care soon after. They were unable to track down his father. They also reached out to the Roottreemania company, but at the moment, the company's blanket statement was, since the release of the recent book, Roottreemania has seen an overwhelming number of false ancestral claims. None have been factual, and nearly all have been knowingly dishonest. We encourage individuals to reach out to us in an official capacity, as opposed to attempting to use our name in the media for publicity. Okay. Alright, your name is Joanna Fellows. You were a secretary, and then you were like a cashier. Your name is Riley Fellows. Alright, so these are like done and dusted by the books. Those are for sure correct. So I guess I could use them as bordering chips, but I don't want to. My man. So Miracle Roottreemania appeared on the cover of News Time shortly after 5Ps did. He vehemently denied that 5Ps was a Roottreemania. This article is from before the DNA test that proved it. Miracle doesn't focus much on the details of 5P's allegation regarding his mother and Guy Hudson. Instead, he comes across as exhausted at the events that have been going on behind the scenes, as well as the character of those he feels are attacking his family. That is a raw cover, I gotta tell you. Charlatans and Thieves. He starts with 6 pieces content. He says that although most of the book was based in fact, it left out anything that wouldn't fit the agenda. He points out Sam's daughter still earned a generous salary for overseeing the farm division of Roottreemania, and that Sam did the same before her. That Sam's family was not destitute, and that really it was only her son who chose to take on a job with no salary. Right, he was president. He wasn't even getting fucking paid for it. That's fucking crazy. He claims that though they didn't have to, the family helped pay for her son's medical bills after voting that it was the right thing to do. Miracle also says that the story about his father, Elias, shunning EC was one-sided, leaving out Edward Clancy's blame in the whole thing. Elias gave him a simple ultimatum: stop sinning or be disowned. Miracle says it was EC's own choice and that Elias allowing him to earn food and shelter on the company's dime was a kindness, especially considering that he and John continued to live together. Bro, he was gay, and you're shunting him. Miracle then pivots to the fallout from 6 pieces. He recounts a deluge of claims to the Clancy trust that the family have been subjected to. He doesn't cite any specifics, but says that every time someone comes forward, the family dissolves to arguments. They've had to hire an outside legal team to help, but so far, every case has been demonstrably, laughably false. All they do is tarnish his family's reputation. He focuses on 5Ps, who appeared on News Time before him. He calls him a grifter and a delinquent, and says he is using their name and products to sell filth to the masses. Of all the accusations, he says, this is the most dangerous because it exposes the world to hatred. He cites 5P's lyrics as violent, sexist, and ungodly, and prays the boy will repent, retract his lies, and find religion. Lastly, he turns to the future. Miracle states that those that wish to hear the true story can join him on his farewell tour this upcoming fall. The Miracles Roottreemania are planning on touring the country's churches one last time, and that now at age 71, Miracle is the oldest living Roottreemania. While he plans to continue preaching at his own church in Butler County after the tour, this is your last chance to hear the truth from the man with the most complete recollection of one of America's most notable families in your own hometown. Music, Lorelei. Okay. Miracle Roottreemania on the farewell tour. The article mentions that Miracle's son, Miracle Jr., did not wish to comment and has a statement from Clark Rafferty LaRue for the Roottree's law firm. Miracle does not speak for his entire family. We're working carefully on a plan to definitively disprove any claims of infidelity in our family's past. The article also does not refute Miracle's claim that he's the oldest living Roottreemania. Despite Sam Madsen being born a year before him, it was unclear if Miracle made the claim out of ignorance or spite. Yeah, Lorelei just makes sense, you know? Okay, let me check something. Okay. The rapper 5Ps appeared on the cover of News Time holding this Polaroid of his mother Joanna when she was Zach Morden's secretary at a company picnic. He claims that Joanna and Guy Hudson, also in the photo, were having an affair that led to his birth. Yep. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. Did that. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, that already got added. We read through that. True, 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 true. Miracle Roottreemania. It seems Miracle Sr. is going on a new tour of the United States in late 1999. The previous flyer for 3 generations of Miracles has been replaced. Be a part of history. The oldest living Roottreemania reprises and retells his incredible true story. Miracle Roottreemania grew up as one of the famous 5 pieces, living a life of wealth and luxury, but fortune was nothing compared to the powerful force of the Almighty. Doctors determined he was destined to die young, but fate had different plans. He has lived a long and fruitful life. However, he's now in his 70s and his age is beginning to make life on the road more difficult. So consider this your last chance to see him in a town near you before he settles back down in Pennsylvania. In this intimate evening, Miracle will reminisce about his famous history. He'll discuss his family's saints and sinners and provide a unique perspective on one of the most notable families in the United States today. Learn what originally drove him away from his fortune and into the arms of religion, and learn how his life has become more wealthy in spirit than it ever could have from his inheritance. The site also lists the churches he will be appearing in, the mentions that tickets can be purchased at their local services. Noticeably absent are any mentions about Miracle's news appearances. Okay. You don't really have a name for the tour listed here, though. Maybe I can just check 3 generations. Nope. Miracle Tour. Okay. While we're here, just gotta check the farewell. Okay, just gotta check. Alright. Oh, we searched that, but I'll just leave that. We searched those. We did these. Leave those, because that's lore. Okay. Previously on the Roottrees are dead. This is a new investigation with a new focus. After many months of newfound interest in the Roottrees, it is recommended you try to catch up with some of what happened since last time. Some web searches may yield new or different results, and some books and magazines from your previous investigation may be relevant to your new one. It's also much more widespread search. The list of first and last names you can choose from will contain red herrings. Not all of them will be used. Below is a reminder of some of the most notable beats of your initial dive into the Roottree family. All evidence from before is still available, and for your convenience, any searches that do not lead to new information still function as they did during your first investigation. The Roottree Candy Company was founded by Elias and Gwyneth many years ago. The entire family has a financial reliance on the health of that company. Most of the action took place in or around Butler County, Pennsylvania, where the company was initially located. Elias, Carl, and Raina were on the cover of magazines. Other notable Roottrees, such as Lauren Roottree, Miracle Roottree, and Jim Roottree, had physical media such as record albums, books, and movies associated with them. Lauren's 2 diaries were probably the most useful resources overall, mentioning many of her relatives directly. The 5 pieces, Elias's children, could be identified based on the initials of the original candy flavors. There were 5 presidents of the Roottree Company. Many were featured in periodicals. Caroline Morden, Stephanie Jones, and Brian Jones were featured in campaign posters and led to Caroline's art book, which enabled you to fill out more of the tree. True. Many of the younger Roottrees were found by following a complex rabbit hole for a conspiracy site that led to finding a searchable web address for Chris Rafferty, Lauren's grandson. True. November Roottree was really difficult to place. Her occupation could only be found via Brian Jones's company's website. True. Ron and his brother Robert Roottree go by Ron and Robbie. Both worked on a TV show called Brother Trouble until Robbie embezzled money and fled to Paris. Ron unsuccessfully tried to have Robbie removed from the Clanset Trust. Sam and her father were cryptically mentioned in a book about historical letters. There were also a few dead ends and red herrings. Aloysius Herring Roottree, who claimed he was a Roottree but was not. Family Man, a book about Elias Roottree, turned out to be propaganda and not useful. Lauren's other books, historical romance novels, were not very useful on their own, though could lead to other information. Caroline Morden's sculptures were not useful. Okay. Yeah. Keep in mind while we're here, if someone didn't have a child or has already been disqualified by our lawyers, like in the case of the girl with the negative DNA test, there won't be a place for them on the tree. We're not just looking for affairs and infidelities, we're only looking for the ones that led to potential new Roottrees. Some spots in the new section will be marked with a tree icon. Those areas are reserved for members of the original family tree filled in 8 months ago. Just like last time, be sure to use birth names for everyone you add. Married names or nicknames won't be enough. To start sorting out the infidelities, I recommend you turn your eyes to the men in positions of power. I'd love to say that that's only because it would have been a lot harder for the women to hide 9 months of pregnancy and birth without the family noticing, but I can't. You're saying one of them did? Clark, bro. I'll be blunt. I'm no stranger to infidelity. I wish I could claim that I was perfect husband. But you've seen the family tree, so why pretend? Some of us learned how to wield our family name and fortune to our benefit. Consequences be damned. I can't change the past or unhurt those whose I betrayed. Instead, all I can do is be honest with myself and to you. Refuse to make any more mistakes and do my best to sort out the various messes we've left behind. So please fill in the tree and together we can figure out how to begin to make amends. Good luck and thank you both. Okay. Alright, now we need to get to somewhere else. How do I get to somewhere else? Search. Edward Clancy Roottreemania. Boom. John Miller. Boom. Elias Roottreemania. Elias and Gwyneth Roottreemania were never really celebrities, but the general public's perception of them as classic faces associated with Roottreemania Candy Company had always been in somewhat high regards. This was Elias's invention as a family man with his family brand. Since Six Pieces, the Candy Company has placed much less of an emphasis on Elias as a historical brand-connected figure, but there have also been those who have argued that it was his right to decide how to split his inheritance and that he did nothing wrong. This has led to some heated television exchanges and countless op-eds. The first Anderson Maple Farm only used to be a popular tourist attraction during the summer months when it had special tours. However, it has since seen an explosion of off-season business as some religious and political groups decided to visit to show support for Elias and Gwyneth's traditional values and financial rights. This rise in support was in turn followed by pickets from gay rights activists when some particularly inflammatory organizations made their pilgrimages. Amongst all this conflict, the farm has since shut down, seemingly indefinitely. The website says check back later, but has no date listed. The quotes from Bess Williams' book appear to have been taken down. Alright, Bess Williams wrote the fucking... that book. Okay, who was gay? Caroline Morden was gay. Okay. After Elias's Six Pieces, Caroline Morden did a television interview. Someone has uploaded a partial transcript of that interview on the television section of a messaging community. The transcript is only her answers and it's missing the questions. This creates a somewhat confusing reading experience, but it does give you a bit more history about Caroline and some of her family members. Oh my god, what is that, bro? Alright. Oh, what is that? Okay. This is a cable news interview. A transcript of only Caroline's answers has been posted on a site about television. Thanks for having me. I've never really fit into the family, so it didn't surprise me. She could have put me in if she wanted to talk about the time during my activism days when I almost got arrested for stealing the spark plugs out of her tractors, but I don't really think it fit her narrative. Yes and no. They never tried to kick me out or send me to live on a farm, if that's what you mean. But I was already pretty unpopular once everyone learned why I divorced my husband and few people paid me any attention. She's my wife, not legally, but we've been together for half our lives. Call it what it is. I was 20 and had just had my daughter. I hate to look back on that time because I was a terrible mother the first few years. I left my daughter with my ex-husband and followed Guy on a private jet to Europe. He lost a tooth and a client. What? I found love and a better understanding of who I was. Still, in our family's eyes, this trip was somehow more acceptable. His trip was more acceptable? Explain that. Hold. The guy Hudson. Bro. Went on a trip to Europe with Caroline Hudson. But also, he lost a tooth and a client. He probably impregnated someone else. Because we go down the line. I'm gonna sound like somebody talking about Elon, like a Twitter stand talking about Elon Musk. His seed must be fucking crazy, dog. He's straight shooting every time. What the fuck? The randomest of tweets are in this. What is this? Yeah, that's vile. That sounds vile. Fucking epic. That's bad. Bro, why do these people have sex with Elon? How embarrassing. No, I couldn't stand him. Our family wrote off his behavior like he was some huge fan of romance or women. But he didn't like the entire woman. It was doubly awkward for me because he was more supportive than most. I slowly figured out it was because he assumed I would be as shallow as he was. Wubba lubba dubba dubba dubba, is that true? He was a workaholic. He seemed nice enough and did a good job. I didn't know him well. That was one of Sam's problems with our family. None of us did except Carl. Honestly, I get why she's pissed. I'd rather not speak ill of the dead, not unless you want more stories about Guy. With Carl, though, all I can say is we used to be friends before they sent him to private school. He came back a lot judgier. It made sense why they made him president. He was a lot like my father after they disciplined the fun out of him. After I started protesting the farms, he stopped returning my calls. Okay, so you were doing protests on the farm. Carolina Hudson was doing protests on the farms. What the fuck was the name of the org she reps? How's Guy Hudson's Avengers? Dude, I was just saying, his seed must be fucking crazy. He's shooting straight shots every time. Oh well, he's harder to label. When I was a teenager, he was basically drunk or high or both all the time. He actually used to sell me pot. His problems with women were different than guys, but he never really judged me. I guess he knew it would be pretty hypocritical to judge anyone for anything. Back then he was destructively unreliable in every way, but nowadays he's just kind of boring and old. I prefer that to how he used to be. And Guy and Carl, but still a cautionary tale. I hope I'm never that boring and old. Okay, so you might be talking about Clark here. I could definitely see him being high. For sure. Alright. It's Caroline Morden. Yeah. I did have sex with your mother. We get a lot of use out of that. Alright. Just check the local newspapers. Caroline Hudson. Check the local papers, see if they got anything. Man, what the hell group did she represent? Well, I can probably get there from, like, Stephanie Jones. Or Stephanie Landon, rather. Yeah, Brian Jones's company. Go for, Stephanie Landon. Is that how you spell it? I'm the goat. Fuck you. It seems Brian Jones has been busy updating Stephanie Jones's campaign website. 2 new sections exist. The first is baby photo. Okay, at like a far view, that baby did not look like it was doing well. There you see a picture of their new family together in the hospital. According to the site, our daughter was named after her grandmother, which ended up being very fitting considering she was born the night before Christmas. Our daughter was named after her grandmother. Mother. Grandmother. Unless it's their grandmother. The second is, what's next? There's not much of substance there right now, but it lists some small accomplishments and finishes with the recent rise in popularity and controversy surrounding my extended family, there's been some extra attention on me. Stay tuned for announcements in the coming months about how I plan to use this publicity to accomplish bigger and better things. Okay, so you gotta be like on the fucking tree, right? And surely y'all's is loyal, right? So you're probably you're what, Brian Jones? Yeah, Brian Jones. Brian Jones. Alright. You're her. Stephanie Landon. Okay, and then you had the child. Now the child is named after the grandmother? That's what you said? Okay. Brian Jones posts this photo of his family together in the hospital following the birth of their newborn girl. His daughter is wearing an adorable little Santa hat, and his wife Stephanie is giving her signature thumbs up move from her campaign literature. So, child, mother, grandmother. But also it could be Jones's grandmother. Okay, I know your occupation is baby. I'm not forgetting that. Maybe Carol Jones? Wait, did you... The newest Joneses, okay. You, Stephanie, took the Joneses' last name. So it's definitely Jones. How about, like, Catherine? How about... What would be a good last name? No, I'm not going housewife on the baby. Who's also, I think, male. Wait, no, they're probably female. If it's named after... Well, not necessarily, but they're named after the grandmother, so they're probably female. It's 1999, so they're definitely, like, assuming the gender already. it's a good title. It's a good title. Who the hell's named Cricket? Flavio? Greta? Okay, let's say... Okay, well, hold on. Okay. Fuck, dude. If it's... After... Hold on. Our daughter was named after her grandmother. Okay, so I guess that'd be named after Stephanie's grandmother, who is Clara. Final answer. That's not even an option! How does the sentence work? Jerry. Judy. That's sure. Okay. Mary Beth. Who the hell is Chinese? Cam? Okay, hold on. I need to, like... I could probably wait to figure out the baby later, but I'm like in for a penny, in for a pound. According to the site, our daughter, right? Our daughter was named after her grandmother. Ambiguous. This could be saying her grandmother which would be the kid's grandmother or her grandmother could mean Stephanie's grandmother. Which grandmother, her grandmother is Clara. That's not an option. That's not an option. Which ended up being very fitting considering she was born the night before Christmas. So their name has to be Carol. Because it's the Christmas Carol. Your name is Carol. Okay? That's your name. What the fuck? I just looked at... Alright, let's stay over here. Okay. So you're Carol Jones, you're the baby. That's gotta be it. So then, how is it not filled out? What's Joanna's last name is something else? No! Alright, Joanna. My girl. Bro, I swear to God, Hudson has like the miracle seed. Bro's a straight shooter. What the fuck? Alright, what's your last name? Alright, Joanna Fellows. That would be under here. What's her last name? What's her last name? What's her last name? We'll do this. There we go. Possible infidelity 3? Bro, 5! Alright, so I need to get Joanna's last name. Is there anything in the periodicals on Joanna? Alright, boom. 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 Famously appeared on News Time, kicking off Roottreemania, then a week later, Michael Rootree, blah blah blah, summary of buff articles, blah 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 blah. Yeah, Guy, bro, fucking, okay, I was gonna say Guy single-handedly is like diluting everyone's shares of the company, but I don't know, they're fucking around over here. Well, okay, only like 2 people are fucking around. The rest of them, it's not like really their fault. Alright, what would her last name be? Let's just take a guess. York? The Zucker! Why are there two Deckers? Oh, Shirley Ingram. Okay. Alright, put it back to flows. Not floors. Boom. Okay, put it back to flows. Alright, I need some music. Where do we go from here? I'll just load up like 999. That's not... How did that happen? Okay. Fine. Fuck you. Excuse me, YouTube? Work? Thank you. What is your last name? Joanna Fellows. I'll try to see if I can find this now. If not, I can find it later. But like, that would be huge to figure out if I could now. How could I get there? You were born David Fellows. There's nothing on Riley Fellows. Zach Morton. Zach Morton. Nothing on Zach Morton. Fuck. She moved to Portland. God. And, like, the lead has run dry. I don't know how I get her last name. Right, and then there's Beth's daughter, who's fucking guy. Okay, you know what, let's go Patricia Hudson. Fuck. And if I got Elizabeth? No, okay. Rumors. Right. One, yeah, the old spiel. Okay. Alright, so I need to get... What I want to do is get her last name. It's seeming like I'm not gonna get it through the means I wanted. At least at this stage. you probably play into some other family later somehow. You were the secretary for, where did it say you were the secretary for the fucker? Probably not here. You're Zach Morden's secretary. Don't know her last name. I could just fill out you to make something happen. How much do I have to search? I searched these. No dice. Gwyneth, I kind of searched. No dice. What the hell is Antonellis? There are a large number of Antonellis restaurants, not because it's a change, just because it seems to be a common name for Italian restaurants. You may need to use a more local source if you're looking for a specific one. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. Antonellis is an Italian restaurant and has been in the Butler County Times twice. The most recent time was when it closed in 1992. The owner, Rachel Zimmer, sold the land the building was on, and at the time of the article, she was unsure if the restaurant would move to a new location or if she would retire. Alright, let's go Antonellis. I don't think this is going to be a big lead, but I'm going to note down. Rachel Zimmer sold the land. Building goes on. Many years before that, there's a puff piece from Valentine's Day 1978 that asked recently married residents of Butler County how they met. Christine Garland responded, she and her husband Steve, who was a chef at Antonellis, met years ago when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. Although they grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers, they reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of last year. Now she has a bun in the oven and they're both working as much as they can. She's a secretary, but went back to delivering produce on the weekends, trying to save up money to move to Boston and open their own restaurant. Okay, Christine Garland. And husband Steve. Who? Right. Rachel Zimmer. Boom. Christine Garland. Boom. Steve. Minecraft. Okay. Minecraft Steve. Rats. Alright, Antonellis is not gonna be a good, path to go down, but you know, in for a penny, in for a pound. How the hell did I get to Antonellis in the first place? It's probably in here. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonellis met her daughter at one of Guy's parties. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonellis. Okay, so Elizabeth is a caterer there. Okay. Elizabeth is a caterer at Antonelli's. Okay, boom. A caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties. I'm like losing my mind reading this sentence. A caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli. Okay, so Elizabeth is not a caterer. She's expressing. I'm like losing my. I didn't have this much reading comprehension trouble with the fucking last game, dude. Okay, so Elizabeth said that a caterer met her daughter. Elizabeth's daughter met a caterer at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it that her daughter showed up with Guy. Rumor has it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Okay, so Elizabeth's daughter is already pregnant, so they fucked a caterer from Antonelli's to cover up that pregnancy. But she showed up with Guy and wasn't comfortable switching. Okay, so if I'm reading the lore right, which I very well may not be, her daughter fucked Guy, got the god seed, then had sex with a caterer at Antonelli's to cover up for Guy? Very high likelihood I'm misinterpreting this series of sentences. Alright, can I just search Brazil? Christine Garland responded, she and her husband Steve, who was a chef at Cantonelli's, met years ago when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. Although they grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers, they reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of last year. Okay, so Now she has a bun in the oven. They're both working as much as they can. Go, Bert. Go, Bert. Go, Bert. Okay. Go. No, get. Like, if you want to get comfy, you can, but you gotta work with me here. Okay, Elizabeth's daughter is Christine Garland? Question mark. Christine's husband is Steve? Question mark. Christine is a secretary. And she was a secretary for Guy. And if we know Guy, he always lands the God seed in the secretaries. So then they went to the swinger party, eloped right quick, and covered it up. Genius. She is a secretary and delivers produce from her mother's farm. Wants to move to Boston. And open restaurant. In 1978. (1975 to 1982). 1978? Don't know the timeline, but they'll be somewhere on here. Alright, so we need to get more on Christine Garland, but we're not going to get more right now. Unless... is there anything on Christine Garland in, like, the local papers? Valentine's Day, 1978. Met years ago. They reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of last year. 1977. That's for okay, 1977. That's gotta be the second one on the timeline. It could be... no, it wouldn't be the third. It'd have to be the second one on the timeline. Okay, so this... okay, okay. 1978 was the interview. Okay, so her name is Christine Garland, but her last name's probably not Garland. Steve's last name is probably Garland. So let's go here. Steve Garland. Your name is probably Steve Garland. Your secretary, Christine. I'll put Garland, but that's not going to be right. Your last name's going to be something else. Who knows what? I don't have a picture of you. Okay, they want to open a restaurant. Okay. Christine Garland, let's go look it up. Any food blogs? Like Food Network? Okay. Steve Garland is mentioned in a couple of articles. The first was an article about how he met his wife Christine when he worked at Antonelli's. The second is from months later in September 1978, a listing for his weekend cooking classes. Gourmet for the Groovy. Steve listed cooking classes. Gourmet for the Groovy. The blurb mentions that he's been giving lessons from his home kitchen for the last month so that he can keep an eye on his son. First kid is a son. The third was from 1991 and is titled Local Offer Sued by Former Butler County Resident. It seems that a local author by the name of Mark Zimmer was sued by Garland after Garland saw Zimmer promoting his book Kitchen Tales on television. Okay. Mark Zimmer is sued by Garland after Garland saw Zimmer promoting his book Kitchen Tales on television. His recipe book was partially plagiarized from the recipes that Steve Garland would give his students during his cooking lessons before he moved. Okay. Sued Mark Zimmer. Book Kitchen Tales Plagiarism by Zimmer. Local author sued by former Butler County residents. The article mentions that although recipes are hard to copyright, Garland accompanied each recipe with a short fiction about how he learned it. These usually double it as a way to remember certain ingredients. Garland's bean salad, for example, involved making a trade with a gnome for some magic beans. Apparently, these stories were found word for word in Zimmer's cookbook, in addition to additional stories that followed the same format. This Zimmer guy's a bozo! The fuck? Yeah. Gourmet for the Groovy. Yeah, it's only gonna be in here. Bruh. Whatever. Alright, Mark Zimmer. Let's just peep you. Rochelle and her husband, Mark Zimmer, have a few mentions in the Butler County Times. Rochelle Zimmer owned Antonelli's. Husband, Mark Zimmer. Both are local business owners. Rochelle owned Antonelli's, an Italian restaurant, and Mark owned a local bookstore called Bookmarks. Both closed in 1992. Mark owns Bookmarks bookstore. Mark was also mentioned once in the Butler County Times when he was sued by Steve Garland. Okay. Bookmarks appeared in the Butler County Times many times. All of them were in the form of advertisements and listings of events that took place in the store, such as book signings. None of it seems relevant to your current search, though Lauren Roottree did do a book signing in 1970. Ooh la la. Kitchen Tales was a story-based recipe book credited to Mark Zimmer that had some success after it was featured on a morning talk show. The book, released before the internet was widespread, so mentions are rare. One book collector states that the publishers were unprepared for the demand and that there was no second printing, so it's unusual to find a copy in the wild. You find an alternative medicine website which focuses on cooking with natural ingredients. It mentions that one of Kitchen Tales' recipes used salt water. The owner of the site has included a scan of that recipe, which was added to your evidence. She says if you switch out the salt water in the recipe for a mix of 2/3 spring water and 1/3 filtered seawater, it tastes great. The fuck? Okay, hold on. Before I go for the loaf. The Kaisville re-released as Garnishing the Truth. The entire description of this book, according to the library system, is a recipe that contains stories. Garnishing the Truth is a cookbook credited to Garland and Zimmer. It was released in 1994. It was actually quite successful after the duo appeared to promote it on a daytime talk show. There have been multiple printings since. According to a book review, the recipes are accompanied by stories that help the reader remember the ingredients. The reviewer says that it seems perfect for learning to cook with the entire family. They came to an agreement, and it's published by both Steve and Zimmer. Now, how the hell am I gonna search this in the public libraries? Can I just do Steve Garland? Yes. The introduction of this book is a series of acknowledgements from Steve. The first is, Christine, thank you for everything. Your support means the world to me. You are the apple of my eye. The second is to James and Robert. You're becoming amazing men and incredible chefs. Okay. Steve's kids are named James and Robert. I guess I'm a good teacher. They are becoming chefs. The final is to Mark Zimmer. You proved my storytelling approach to recipes could be popular. Without you, this book couldn't exist. There is a foreword by Mark Zimmer. I first met Steve in 1978, when he taught a cooking class. The next time I saw him was over a decade later, when he was suing me for stealing his recipes. Yes, really. So you might wonder what I'm doing in this introduction. Well, it turns out that Steve and I had more in common than we thought. Instead of settling in court, we settled it at Mick Karen's brewhouse over a game of darts. They said they'd give us the first drink of the night free for an entire year for mentioning them. Mick Karen's brewhouse. I gotta tell you, this Antonelli's rabbit hole is a lot deeper than I had initially saw on the surface. By the end of the game, he and I agreed we'd both rather make a ton of money together than spend a ton of money on lawyers. It's pretty rare to meet your best friend so late in life, but when I decided to retire, I moved to Boston just so we could hang out. So if you're browsing this book in a bookstore, please buy our book. We need more money for when the free beer runs out, and the bookstore could probably use the sale. Okay. Okay. Mick Karen's Brewhouse. Mick Karen's Brewhouse is a pub in Boston, and they have a website. Apparently the bar has been around a long time. On the site there's a list of famous people that have had a drink there, including former President of the United States, not of the Roottreemania Company, Kennedy. There's also a few listings of television shows and books that have mentioned Mick Karen's, as well as how they came up. Skip this song. That's a good one. One of them is Garnishing the Truth, which the site has this to say about it. Local and regular Stevie G wrote a book about food. Stevie G. We prefer cocktails, but he gave us a shout out and we ain't gonna say no to free press, so go grab a bite of his kid's joint fry die and then swing by to meet him for a drink. So go grab a bite at his kid's joint fry die. Okay. Fry die. Fry die is a fairly dude, do it. I can't get my damn voice. Fry die is a fairly popular restaurant in Boston. They don't have a website, but many locals seem to mention them in various places. One more in-depth review explains that it's not a full restaurant, just a front door and a very small interior with a window. Unusually, the restaurant only serves vegetables, but a lot of reviews say that in spite of that, it's delicious. You also find a story about it listed on a website called My Boston. Boston! We made it to Boston, baby! My Boston homepage. Whoever runs the page seems to just link to random sites related to Boston, tell personal anecdotes related to Boston, and give their relatively short opinions on things in Boston. It's very unorganized. It has this to say about Friday. Wicked overrated. I saw it in Chef's Signature, so I went, and there was a huge line. They didn't have a single meat dish. What's even the point? Chef's Signature, baby! Boom! Give me 2 tabloids. Fried Eye. And by Steve's Kids. My Boston homepage. My Boston homepage is run by someone with eclectic tastes. They claim to rate things on a scale from wicked awful to wicked wicked. The most recent thing to receive a wicked awful was an antique store called Bay's Things. Apparently, the owner, Beatrice, is not very friendly. The most recent establishment to receive a wicked wicked is a comic book store in Cambridge called The Million Year Picnic. As far as you can tell, nothing besides Friday seems to be connected to your search in any way. Chef's Signature. Chef's Signature is a magazine related to food and trendy restaurants that cover subjects all over the United States. Periodicals. Chef's Signature. Get me Friday. Chef's Signature covered Friday less than a year ago, right around the time you were doing your initial investigation. Each article in Chef's Signature tends to focus on restaurants, and like the magazine's name implies, each restaurant lists the one main dish that the head chef is known for. Friday's signature is the samosa cone. The cover and main article has been added to your evidence. Yes! 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 Friday. Can a vegetarian diet be trendy? Sitting Down with the Garlands, the new boys in Boston. Man, fuck that. I ain't even reading that. Check this shit. Alright, who's the first and who's the second? Who's a ginger? You're more ginger. You're the first one. Your name... James. James Garland. You're a chef. Alright, like in some form I'm gonna figure this out. Robert. Okay, no, this guy's name is not Robert. You know, his name is not Robert. That's a Steve if I've ever seen one. That's definitely a Steve. Wait, did you really name your son Steve? That's not a Steve, that's James or Robert. Alright, you're Robert. God damn it. So are you? Which is you? James and Robert. Okay, so are you James? Are you Robert? How? How? Who are you? Okay, let's get back to reading. Maybe I jumped the gun. Chef's Signature, a nationally published magazine targeted towards fans of unusual restaurants, featured James and Robert Garland on the cover of their November 1998 issue. According to the article, the two brothers own a small walk-up window in Boston called Friday, a play on the tie-dye shirts that the servers wear that exclusively serves vegetarian dishes. Most of the offerings are heavily inspired by the powerful spices found in Thai and Indian food. Their signature dish is the samosa cone, which from a distance somewhat resembles a traditional ice cream, complete with waffle pattern. Instead, it contains fried potatoes, pureed peas, carrots, and a special ginger-based sauce. Robert, who's 3 years younger than James. What? Okay, you know what, just go off English. Robert, who is 3 years younger than James. Robert is the younger one. James is the older one. Jokes that although the age difference has left him delegated to wear the sous chef jacket his whole life. Okay. So you're the younger one. Yes! Let's fucking go. How is Felix wrong? Huh? Hey!
Well, let me give you a short history lesson about the last few months of my life.
Okay, that's facts. Can I,
3 different people contacted me, claiming that somewhere in their history, they might be root trees. First, that young man, the rapper. I ignored that one. He seemed dubious. But then I saw the news.
So... What?
Because my doubts with Felix were so misfounded, I ended up putting too much faith in the second person that approached me. I went to the media prematurely. I admit my mistake there. But the third person who contacted me also had a credible case. Before I could help, the company got to them somehow. The fact that the family silenced them doesn't seem to fill me with hope when it comes to Clark's intentions. But you're making progress based on the leads he gave you. It's really hard for me to get a read on him. I'll let you handle it. I've sent you the case I've been working on, and some company records I managed to track down.
Let's go.
The records are quite dense, but hopefully they're useful. Good luck.
Okay, let's read the rest of this. As a result, James answers most of the interviewer's questions. James credits his love for food and his culinary skills to their upbringing. Most kids hate vegetables growing up, but they don't have parents like we did. My father was a chef and my mother grew up on a farm that supplied his restaurant. That's how they met. I don't have any memories from the farm or anything like that since we moved here. Before I could even talk, but they told me stories. My dad's a great storyteller. He even wrote a book that partially helped found Friday. When we moved, they were looking to open their own restaurant together. Unfortunately, they never got it off the ground. His line cook gig ended up being less temporary than he hoped, and she had to go back to work as a secretary even after Robert was born. Before we were old enough to go to school, we spent our days with my aunt. In the diner where he worked, my dad had no room for experimenting, so he'd exercise his skills at home on his days off. We'd always go shopping and cook as a family on those days, and even though we were hyper kids running around and causing a ruckus, those were some of our family's favorite memories since we were all together. Mom always had the eye for the best vegetables for him to work with, and she did her best to pass that on to us. According to the article, their parents, who are now retired, visit Friday often. They even have a signature dessert, the Sistine apple. Apple pie has always been my mom's favorite, and my dad always had the stupid line he used to make her laugh involving apple pie. Most people realize it's a Sistine Chapel pun and assume that's all there is to it, but it's actually secretly named after them, sort of. Alright. Alright. Boom. But it said you were born Fellows, Felix. Bro, I never filled in David. That's fine. It worked out for the best anyways. Alright, let's just give you a random name. Ingram. Alright, what else did I get right? Yeah, you're Garland Steven. Yep, got your name right. Yep. You're in politics. Boom, already have 2 right in this lineup. Boom. Alright, and then Sam came with the info dump. Also, there's the Palated Loaf, which I still gotta read. Yeah, let's take a look at this. This photo was given to you by Sam Madsen. A woman named Regina Clementine came to her and claimed that her husband has confessed he thinks he's a Roottreemania. The details of this case can be found in your evidence. Stewart is the older boy wearing a vest. The woman in the photo is Mary Beth Clementine, a singer who may have had an affair with Miracle Roottreemania. I'd believe that. Oh, I'd believe that. Fuck me, man. Alright. 1921? Year is 1999. Miracle is 71. That means he was born in 28? Yeah, it means he was born in 28, so he couldn't have been then. So if it was with Miracle, it would have to been in 1949. Because if he was born in 28, in 49 he would have been 21. That's prime cheating days, bro. What was your job back then? You're still a preacher, yeah? You're still touring? Okay, let's check the evidence. From 6 pieces at prodigy.us to gyneology genie at prodigy.us. This is all the information I have about Regina Clementine, nee Salazar, from New Orleans, Louisiana, and her husband, Stuart Clementine. I gotta search a lot of things here. Is nee Salazar slang for something? She wrote me about a month ago. Apparently the Roottreemania lawyers went after her since then. By the time I received her letter and called her, she told me she couldn't cooperate anymore. Her husband, who was a police officer and never knew his father, told her he thought he might be a Roottreemania, but he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. She wrote to me behind his back. Normally I wouldn't be so sure, but she had some pretty credible facts. Some of it I've been able to confirm. Stuart's mother was named Mary Beth Clementine. Stuart's mom is Mary Beth Clementine. She's pretty well known in the 30s to 50s, a singer who went on tour to a lot of churches. Oh, they definitely had sex. You can look her up online. She was a pretty big proponent of adoption. She's huge on adoption. I know for a fact that she came to Butler County a few times. I remember her from when I was younger, and Regina said that Stewart told her that they always seem to spend a lot of time at the Miracle Church. She sent me a photo to prove that she's who she says she is. I've attached it to this email. St. Madison, 6 pieces unwrapping America's Sweet Family is out now. Please consider saving a tree and not printing this email. Okay. Is it company records? Okay, hold on. So you think that Mary Beth Clementine, your spouse Stewart is him. You're a police officer. Oh! Boom. Alright, Regina. Clementine. Alright. Alright, so Mary Beth's last name is not Clementine. Okay. Let's go down the Mary Beth rabbit hole. Mary Cliff Clementine was a singer most popular in the years between 1942 and 1959. She traveled around the country performing at churches. Her repertoire was a mix of religious and popular songs, and although she recorded a few records, they seemed lost to time. The only one you find mentioned was a cover of He's Got the Whole World in His Hands, released on her label New Edison. One thing Mary Beth was known for was her adoption. She listed on many sites that mention adoption and the history of adoption. She adopted 2 children in the late 1940s, Stuart and Mark. Oh, but what if they weren't adopted and instead they were just your kids and you had to cover it up? Well, we know that's true. Stuart and Mark. Your name is Mark. Clementine. You. No clue what you do, though. She also spoke as an advocate for the benefits of adoption in front of the United States Congress in 1949, who were convening to debate and discuss the then recent first adoption of an African American child to a white family in the United States. She was specifically there to detail her experience going for the system to adopt Stuart. Her other son was adopted later, and according to a single line on one adoption site, under unusual circumstances. Yes, that's exactly what it is, Flag. Yeah. And let me tell you, when you got Guy Hudson shooting the miracle seed, the tree goes far. In 1959, it surfaced that Mary Beth had been twice divorced, both times to her manager Sterling. Mary Beth had been twice divorced, both times to her manager Sterling. Sterling. Unknown last name. Divorced Sterling twice. Yeah, no, like, cause you got like over here, you know, it happens and the kid has a kid, then like, you know, things that you know, that makes sense. Same here. Well, this one's a bit more fucked up. This is insane. And then a normal family. This ended her career with the religious audience she had been catering to, and while she performed occasionally since then, she mostly faded into obscurity. Mary Beth passed away in 1994 at the age of 76 of a stroke. Gotta tell you, not a bad run. Not a bad run. Okay, your manager at New Edison. New Edison was a small record label based in Los Angeles that existed for a few years in the 40s. It raced to release cover records of songs that were gaining in popularity. According to a website about the history of recorded sound, it was named after its founder, Sterling Edison. Sterling Edison. Boom. Its biggest claim to fame is being sued by the estate of Thomas Edison in Edison Records vs. Edsel. The fuck? Edison Records v. Edsel. Sued by the estate of Thomas Edison. You also find a few references to New Edison and Mary Beth Clementine on sites about old records. One collector says that the Holy Grail is a re-release of the Old Rugged Cross. And says that the first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. Okay, so if we can get to that, we can get to her name. Another site claims that the police had to be called to New Edison Records after its owner, Sterling Edison, got in a physical altercation in public leading to a divorce. There are no cited sources or evidence, and the site's content seems user submitted. There's an email address at the bottom in the phrase, "Send me your stories about old Hollywood," and I'll add them to the page. What's the email address? I gotta ask him. The Old Rugged Cross. The Old Rugged Cross is a popular hymn that has been covered by many artists. You won't find much relevant information about it online. Alright, we gotta go to Modern Music Monthly. The Old Rugged Cross. Mary Beth Clementine released The Old Rugged Cross for New Edison. It was advertised quite a few times. When it was first reviewed by the magazine, however, it listed the artist as Mary Beth Quaker! We got him. Oh, we got him. She's huge on adoption. Both of her kids are her own, I think. Well, one of them definitely is. Mary Beth Quaker. Boom, 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 boom. Alright. Now, can I get a picture of Edison Sterling? Or Sterling... Cast advertisements, result, brief blur, Time magazine, it seems the lawsuit sold out. According to Edison was destined to shut down. The owner, who went by Sterling Edison, said he'd likely create a new record company, but there's no evidence that he did. That was the last mention of him in MMM. Okay. Yeah, okay. Edison Records v. Edison. Edison Records was one of the first record labels named after Thomas Edison. The history of the company seems very unimportant, except for potentially a lawsuit they filed in 1949, Edison Records versus Edsel. A website about lawsuits mentions this as a fun case because the name of the lawsuit was actually the biggest problem for the person being sued. A record producer who called himself Edison was immediately outed as not actually being named Edison. Edsel was a German last name, and at the time of the founding of the company, the US was at war with Germany. The company's founder immediately settled to try to get the case to go away, but the damage was done. Oh, your last name is Edsel? Maybe? I might be misreading that. Okay. Well, we definitely got you. I don't know what Mark Clementine does nowadays. last name. Okay, I'm like nowhere close to getting a fill out, so I'm gonna be questioning for a while. He's got the whole world in his hands. You can right click. It's emojis. Wow. What do they got here? Yo! That's huge. That's so big. Okay, Control Z. Yeah. No, Control Z. There you go. Yeah, I didn't realize the Windows smileys were cooking. I don't know if it still is, but like the way a lot of these emotes show on Discord is ass. Like they look awful. Wait, I didn't realize how much the... Okay, now it won't... Dude, sometimes it just does not let you right click. Yeah, I don't... It won't even let me right click now. Now it will, okay. Alright, what do we got under you? Alright, where's the layer? Where's the one who rests? Okay, we got the table flipper. We need those. I could be missing the fella, but I'm not seeing the one who lies down. Alright, they don't have the one who lies down. My reaction to that information. Yes, the one who lies down. Yes, get him on there. Alright, what was I doing? Might be at the end of this rabbit hole for now. Does Mark Clementine have a job? Crocodile Clementine is listed on a website titled The Infamy List. It's a massive list of criminals who are known for odd crimes. Although Mark's nickname would imply he hails from Florida, a lot of others on the list come from there, or Australia. Mark is listed as being from Los Angeles. He has a pretty big entry. He seems like a real piece of work. That is also classic. But the one who lays, though, is iconic. There's a very small note about him being the basket baby of 1950, but most everything else comes from his adulthood. Mark Clementine, Crocodile Clementine. On the infamy list. Basket baby of 1950. But most everything else comes from his adulthood. He lost his job in 1975 as a pilot for a regional airline after he tried to board the wrong airline's plane. He was drunk. He was charged with trespassing and assault. How is he only charged with that? Motherfucker tried to drunk drive a plane. In 1982, he was arrested for transporting smuggled animals over. Oh my god. He was arrested for transporting smuggled animals over the Canadian and Mexican borders for an illegal reptile supplier in Los Angeles. He was apparently quite successful for the first 4 years, but was caught when he had to make an emergency landing in Portland after he was bitten on the foot by a crocodile, hence the nickname. How do you not lose your pilot's license if you fucking try to drunk drive a plane? What is that? Arrested. Oh, hey, Goober. Are you gonna want to get up here? Arrested for smuggling reptiles across borders. Hey Goober, do you want to lay down here? Because you can't just sit there. Okay, I found my answer. Okay, Goober. Those are my tax documents. Please don't. Granted, it's my fault for having the tax documents. Just lay it out. There you go. You can lay there. That stuff's not important. Apparently, the Portland Telegraph is credited as having given him his nickname. His mugshot from this incident has been added to your photos. The Portland Telegraph. Yeah, Goober Strike isn't won't hold up when they come for my back taxes. 1993, he was released on parole, but his freedom didn't last long. He was arrested in 1994 in San Diego for violating it in an attempt to visit his daughter's graduation. He famously punched the principal, a man named Billy Sims. This incident received national press. Punched Billy Sims at daughter's graduation. Okay, so he's like still in jail. Alright. Where's that fella? There they are. Multnomah County Corrections Division. Multnomah. You found this mugshot online. Smart Clementine, who was arrested for smuggling reptiles into the United States. Multnomah County. Multnomah is a county in Portland, Oregon. Okay. So you got arrested in Portland. Okay. Alright. Mark Clementine. You're like in jail. Alright, I guess being in... Okay, so baby is a job title. Prisoner is not a job title. Alright, you're a pilot. Yes, prisoner's an actual job title. You make money. You make less than a slave's wage, but yeah, it is a job title. Alright. Billy Sims. Billy Sims is the principal of Sandstone Canyon High School. Daughter went to Sandstone Canyon High School. Who has 15 minutes of fame in 1994 when he was punched by Crocodile Clementine at a graduation ceremony. Pretty much every news organization, from trustworthy to tabloid, seemed to have their own take on the altercation. It wasn't the punch that captured the nation's attention, however. Instead, it was Billy Sims' matter-of-fact response to the threat and his comments afterwards, as he heard in a now-famous audio clip from someone who was recording the ceremony. Billy saw Mark hop onto the graduation stand and said, "Sir, you'll want to sit down or we'll have a problem." At that point, Crocodile reportedly sucker punched him in the face. Billy, apparently only slightly dazed, said, "Alright, sir, I guess we'll have a problem." Clementine tried to throw another punch, but Sims anticipated it and performed a maneuver that spectators described as a wrestling move mixed with a backward somersault, which immediately brought both men to the floor, with Sims straddling Clementine, keeping him neutralized. That's like a straight No More Heroes move. Yagami counter sounding ass. That is pretty hardcore. $1994, we're in 1999 now. So his daughter's probably in college at this point, because they graduated. It's gonna be a little dicey if it's 1999. They could still be in college. They could have been graduated by then and gotten like a job or something. Or they could have had a kid. Who fucking knows? Okay. Is there any periodicals on Billy Sims? Butler County Times did report on Billy Sims, but the information seems redundant with the basic information you can find from the incident on the internet. News Time did a small piece about a fight between Sims and Crocodile, but tried to approach it from a different perspective. Their goal was to paint a picture of the two men involved from others who knew them best. Not only did they manage to interview Sims' wife, Clara, as well as multiple staff members at his school, but they hunted down Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife. It's a big find. That was a big find. According to the section of Colleen, she and he met when he worked for an airline. Wife is Colleen Webb. Sim's wife is Carla. According to the section of Colleen, she and he met when he worked for an airline. She worked in an airport newsstand. Colleen worked for an airport newsstand. There was something so long ago about someone worked for an airport newsletter. That was so long ago, bro. Ruby spread. Okay, we're so in there. We're so back. He was a drinker and would often have wild mood swings. When he was charged with assault of a fellow pilot in 1975 and lost his job, they divorced. At the same time, she was pregnant with their second daughter, and she felt she needed to get out before things got worse. Okay, so they nailed 2 daughters. I can't even, like, register female. Damn it. So they had 2 daughters. At the time, she was pregnant with a second daughter, and she felt she needed to get out before things got worse. She left him and moved to San Diego to live with her sister, and told her oldest that her dad had to fly planes for the army. She raised them both by herself, and although she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally, they used the web name so that nobody would connect them to her ex-husband. Kids are legally last named Clementine, but go by Webb as last name. Okay. Piketty magazine is kind of sleazy, so they're not afraid to publish a few details that more reputable news publications normally wouldn't. You look up the Billy Sims incident, and it seems they did report on it. You gain a few new bits of information, though it might not be useful. Billy Sims was once arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at a company that was found to be testing their products on animals. Based. According to police paperwork, Crocodile Clementine's bail was paid for by Tostarito Jacobson. It was fairly expensive. There's something very, like, poetic about Mazel Tovs. Paid. Piketty interviewed other students that were at the event to find out if anyone knew anything, and the word going around was that Mark Clementine showed up because his daughter Mary was graduating that night. Okay, Mary. Graduating daughter was named Mary. Okay, I need to do some math. $1994 graduation. 1975, they divorced. At the time, she was pregnant with their second daughter. 1975, 1994. If the kid was born in 75 or 76, they'd make them... If they're born 75, at that time that would make them 19. If they're born 76, at the time that would make them 18. In both cases, that's right around the time you'd be graduating high school, yeah? Yeah, because, like, you're freshman at, like, 15, and then sophomore, 16, junior, 17, senior, 18, 19. Yeah, okay, so then you'd be... That'd be the younger daughter who was graduating. They were catching their graduation. Unless their older daughter got delayed a bit, but it would make more sense if Mary... You graduated then, 1999. Well, that was 1994, and now we're in 1999. So you could be out of school, but I'll say you might be in college. Alright, now let's go for Colleen Webb. Damn. You serious? Do you want me to go for last name? Did you ever change your last name? Damn, nothing on Colleen Webb. Bloody hell. Fuego's Fiesta, a regional Mexican fast food chain, held a competition in 1993 that offered free meals for life to anyone that legally changed the name to Tostarito. The Tostarito was a burrito with a cylindrical tostada shell inside the flour tortilla. According to a few different sources, Tostarito Jacobson used to be named Lucinda Jacobson. Lucinda Jacobson. Lucinda Jacobson. Okay. This page hasn't been updated for 8 months. It may now be irrelevant. There's a Crime Blotter article about Edith Jacobson that also mentions a Helen Roottree and Lucinda Jacobson. What? What? Okay. Edith Jacobson, Helen Roottree, Lucinda Jacobson. 1971, when she was 18, Edith and her sister Lucinda were arrested for trespassing at the Miracle Congregation's church in Butler County. 1971. Edith was 18. She and her sister Lucinda were arrested for trespassing at the Miracle Congregation's church in Butler County. They were pretending to be church employees in an attempt to get into the room where the church houses their weekly tithings. The church didn't press charges. They were caught by Helen Roottreemania, who was there at the time while her husband Miracle was away preaching. Helen Roottreemania was quoted as saying, "Jesus forgives, and so do we. The Lord works in mysterious ways, and I am confident He has brought these young women to us for a greater purpose." Okay. And if Jacobson. I find it like that seems to be partial and corrupted. List of archived articles from Butler County Times. Articles cut off but mentions F. Jacobson and an arrest. You just gotta peep these real quick. Alright. Sandstone Canyon High School. Sandstone Canyon High School is in San Diego. There's not much information about it, though it's mentioned a lot in articles about the Billy Sims incident. Mary Webb in San Diego has a website called Web on the Web. Apparently, it's a personal travel diary that also doubles as an advertisement for a travel agency. Mary Webb has a website called Web on the Web. Travel diary and agency. There are descriptions of Mary's services, including booking flights and cruises. Almost all of them involve extremely niche audiences. It seems Mary is the number one agent when it comes to booking spiritual vacations aboard ghost ships and in specific hotel rooms that are said to be haunted. She also has a dedicated section for more traditional modern cruises that cater to specific groups such as fans of boy bands. In the diary entries, she talks about the trips she's personally taken and uses it as an opportunity to feature descriptions of amenities and excursions that the ships offer, even when you're on them to see a specific band or a ghost. Yeah, a ghost ship vacation does sound hype. Well, I'm not a big cruise fella, but haunted ships are pretty awesome. There's also pictures of ships, hotels, landmarks, and places she's visited, as well as a picture of Mary herself with a ship in the background. One of her diary entries actually mentions the date of the photos were taken. She was allowed onto the ship on a port day in San Diego with a professional photographer she knows. The photo of Mary has been added to your evidence. Let's go, let's go, let's go, Mary. Let's go, let's go, let's go, Mary. She's a looker! Yo! It's a sick ship, too. Mary Webb from her website Web on the Web Paranormal Travel Agency. She's apparently found a niche booking vacations for lovers of the strange and unknown. This is a photograph of Mary in front of an alleged ghost ship from the 1800s. It was lost at sea and turned up without any crew several years later. Nobody knows what exactly happened, but fans love to tour it and come up with their own paranormal theories. A company called Corporate Composition Photography is listed on the top left. So we're gonna need to go there. You work for a travel agency. Alright, you're correct. You're correct. You're correct. Alright, let's bink it for your last name. Alright, I give up. Back to the same old. Alright, we don't have a name for the other daughter. Alright. Corporate composition photography. Help if I spelled it right. I'm too tired, I can't type anymore. Corporate Composition Photography is a photography studio that was listed on a few different sites for businesses in San Diego. It seems to have been possible to hire them to take professional quality photos for businesses of all sorts. As far as you can tell, it appears to no longer exist. The company is also mentioned on a photography site with some IRC chat logs. It seems like the site is the personal page of a member of an IRC photography channel. They have archives of logs they've been saving since 1993. Sorry. What does IRC stand for? IRC. Chat logs. Internet relay chat, the old text chat rooms. Okay. One of them was from 1996 when Val, the former head photographer for Corporate Composition Photography, did a Q&A with their users about taking pictures for promotional materials and print ads. Most of the questions and answers are pretty technical. They not only seem irrelevant, but generally go over your head. One of the questions, however, mentions that Val was on the cover of Telephoto and asks about Iraq. Val was on the cover of Telephoto and asks about Iraq. The question was quickly shut down by the person running the Q&A, who said Val does not wish to answer any questions from his photojournalism days, nor does he wish to talk about LBP. Please keep this on the subject of commercial photography. Val is male, does not wish to talk about LBP. Telephoto. Boom. Fuck. 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 Son of a bitch. When searching for LBP, you get a wide variety of results. LBP seems like it can stand for Lebanese pound, also known as the lira, lower back pain, lead-based pain, low blood pressure, Louisiana Board of Pharmacy, Long Beach Peninsula. Some businesses also have the acronym LBP. Your results include Lynch Building Plastics, Luxury Bridal Photography, Lexington Business Payroll, Lincoln Baby Photography, Laura's Bras Plus Panties, Logline Books and Publishing. We got 2 photographies here. See if either of them lead to anything. Lincoln Baby Photography seems like a solid lead as it mentions Val, an award-winning photographer, on the page. It's a business in Beacon, New York, and on the site it has a picture of a baby and a camera captioned with Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father, Val. At the bottom, the website says copyright 1998-1999. Picture has been added to your evidence. Look at this fucking schmuck. The Lincoln baby photograph. Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father. Alright, so if you need a photographer, if your sister was a photographer or your sister was married to a photographer for their business, that would be huge. Val. I don't know your last name. Lincoln? Which means you're Cam Lincoln. You're literally a fucking baby. I'm the GOAT! I'm the GOAT! I'm the GOAT! And her dad's name was Edsel. Let's go! Who that be? Hey, Clark!
Sam reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that one. My family's in a bit of a rough patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust.
Hey, don't worry, Clark. You're gonna have to split this shit. The shares are gonna be so diluted by the time I'm done with this.
The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision. The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few root trees are worried about losing their wealth. I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else. I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see. I want to keep them safe and secure. But I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune. Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together. Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another. If you keep passing along potential root trees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics. It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing their DNA. What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the tests.
Alright. Boom. Alright, so Val Lincoln was the father. Alright. You are married. Alright. Now, is luxury bridal photography anything important? Located in Ireland, is owned by Nicholas, goes by Nick Luxury, but you doubt that's his real name, so very unlikely that this is really what you're looking for. Okay. Val is married to the other Clementine daughter. Still don't got a name for the other Clementine. Val Lincoln. Only Val Lincoln with any kind of web presence is Valerie Lincoln, a realtor in Michigan. As far as you can tell, there's no connection between Valerie and Roottrees. Well, let's just... Okay. Val Lincoln was featured in Telephoto, the cover which featured one of the photos, as well as portions of the archive have been added to your evidence. Into the Storm, Val Lincoln's War on War. I gotta go to bed, but it's so compelling. Telephoto is a photography magazine. This 1992 issue focuses on the photos of Val Lincoln, a photographer who went overseas during Desert Storm. He won the Sepia Award for photojournalism specifically for the photo on the cover. Val got his start in high school when he took a photography class because, in his own words, he couldn't decide what else to do and thought it would be the best career in the world to shoot for Playboy. But he quickly found he had a knack for it and began to skip lunch in his free periods to spend more time in the darkroom. After graduating, he tried to pivot to landscape photography but didn't have any passion for it. I work much better when trying to tell the story of a person or an object. He got lucky when a photographer mentor of his, who was going overseas to cover the war, decided to take a chance on him. Most people wouldn't call it lucky to go to an active war zone for no pay, but he bought my plane tickets, all my meals, and even pulled some strings so we could refresh my passport. For someone that had never had a real job or even left California, it was a hell of a break. Val was only 19 at the time and shot the photo that won him an award the third night he was there. The photo depicts Lisa Clementine, who lost an arm in Operation Desert Saber. Lisa Clementine. Soldier? Troop? Military. According to the article, women were not subject to direct combat and Lisa was in a vehicle at the time. The vehicle had to pull over suddenly when the road ahead was partially destroyed and she and a fellow soldier were severely injured by a landmine. Val says, I ran into Lisa just after her surgery and took this picture. Then, until she shipped out, I kept finding excuses to go back and take more pictures of her. I guess it was fate because that's the photo that won me an award. Got me into your magazine. Also led to my engagement just earlier this week. She agreed to become Mrs. Lincoln. Yeah, okay. To Lisa Clementine. Boom. There we go. There we go. Alright. Got that. Oh, I haven't a bloody clue what Regina's real last name is. I haven't a damn clue. Alright. Good. So I still have this to look over. There's the plated loaf, which I never looked at this. So, like, I should probably look at that. This Clementine rabbit hole was a lot deeper than I was expecting, but I think I basically have it cleared out. It's probably you then. Yeah, no idea what your last name is. You're correct. Unless, like, you're no longer in the military. Alright, I don't have an image of you, and I don't know your real last name. Don't know who else Guy has, went to town with. And I don't have any start on this. Okay. Hey, but good, I got this part of the tree basically fully filled out, which is good. I'll be stopping probably now, but next time I'll have to look over this and just keep working. But I think I've basically cleared out the Clementine rabbit hole. Maybe there's still some more I can get here to jump off to other people, but as far as I can tell, that's a pretty good clear out. Good job, me. So are we at 12? 12 solved. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. How many even are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. There's 16 more. So there's like 28. Oh wait, you too. I can't count. Alright. Alright. Good sleuthing. Good sleuthing. So far, this is a lot more doable than I had worried it would be. Alright, good work. I'll continue this another time. All from me for tonight. Thanks for watching. Have a good night.